안내 말씀 잠깐 드리겠습니다. 지금 와이파이
Attention, please.
중계가 잘 유튜브로 방영이 좀 안 돼가지고 번거롭지만 와이파이 사용을 인터넷 사용을 좀 자제해 주시면 감사합니다.
Let me ask you to refrain from using the Wi-Fi for internet connection. Thank you for your cooperation.
안녕하십니까?
Welcome everyone to the workshop. This is the 12th Asia Climate Change Education Center International Workup, and my name is Eun-soo Kim, Secretary General of Asia Climate Change Education Center. For the past 2 years, because of pandemic, we have held online workshop, but this year we are having the hybrid and then meeting people face to face. Because of the difficulties caused by COVID-19, we are holding this online hybrid. There might be some problems occur, but we hope you understand. And you can watch it on YouTube and the webpage of the center. And the PDF file is available, so for your convenience, so you can download it while you're watching this international workshop. So for the smooth progress, let me ask you to put your phone mute or vibration. please refrain yourself from using the Wi-Fi for smooth progress. Now, let's kick off the 12th Asia Climate Change Education Center International Workshop. And Director of Asia Climate Change Education Center, Daehan Jung, is going to provide welcoming remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Daehan Jung, the Director of Asia Climate Change Education Center. I would like to give my deep thanks to all of you participating in this workshop for keynote speech and presentations and discussion despite of such difficult situations. My deep thanks to all of the people joining online and face-to-face. And this workshop being held as an event of the 12th International Workshop is organized by Jeju Special Self-Governing Province and convened by Asia Climate Change Education Center. The pandemic situation caused by COVID-19 has changed not only the operation of existing societal system, but citizens' lifestyle. In such a situation, this event is being held this year as a hybrid, and many people are joining now through the virtual form, and presenters and then discussion panelists are joining online. Climate change is one of the environmental problems with which humans are currently faced. However, as we know, climate change is placed at the top of the environmental problems in terms of its seriousness impacting on nature, humans, and society. And this is one of the reasons why environmental problems is the top priority. Therefore, not only national and local government, but also all categories of social organization, including enterprises, civil organization, and mass media, and they take an important role to tackle this issue. Furthermore, the response to climate change is being promoted jointly with cooperation among all countries. Since 1992, under the leadership of United Nations, and climate change is a global environmental problem. And then this is the reason why it is being pushed forward throughout the world. And then the United Nations and each country has adopted low carbon as a strategy responding to climate change in the 1990s. However, the United Nations has changed the strategy on climate change from low carbon to carbon neutrality. And in 1995, the Conference of the Parties of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the conference changed from low carbon to carbon neutrality. The carbon neutrality is the priority and the most important issue. And by 2050, Jeju is trying to come up with a master plan. In such context, the theme of the 12th International Workshop was selected as carbon neutrality, how to achieve it. And then we are followed by presentations and discussions. The contents presented by speakers and panelists at this international workshop are expected to contribute to establishing the direction and content of climate change-related policies, such as 2030 carbon-free island Jeju and 2050 carbon neutrality as a strategy on climate change. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for being here today, and especially my heartfelt gratitude goes to the government officials of Environmental Policy Division, Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, who have exerted every effort in preparing this workshop. Let's kick off this meeting. Thank you so much. And now,
Moving on, let us invite Director Kim Si-wan, Environmental Policy Division of Jeju Province, to give us welcome address. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Si-wan Kim, serving as the Director of Environmental Policy Division. Here we are. The director of the division was supposed to be here to give the welcome address, but he was not able to attend this workshop, so I'm giving this address on behalf of him. I would like to express my gratitude and welcome to the former Vice Minister of Environment, Jong Soo-yoon, Policy Director, Senior Research Scientist Dr. Kim Baek-jo, and other participants and presenters. According to Climate Change Adaptation Forum in the era of carbon neutrality held in July 21st, 2022, the number of disasters has increased by about 2 times over the past 20 years, and economic damage has increased by 1.8 times. In addition, the forum suggests that failure to respond to climate change will be a problem which humans will face within 10 years. In order to practice 2050 carbon neutrality, Jeju government promotes carbon neutrality policy on the basis of 3 pillars: establishing the basis for implementation of carbon neutrality, establishing climate change response plans and adaptation measures, and citizen-led practical projects for establishing a carbon neutral culture. Jeju government enacted the basic ordinance on carbon neutrality this year and has employed greenhouse gas reduction awareness budget system as a pilot project from the 2030 budget for expanding investment in the reduction projects of greenhouse gas. In addition, Jeju government has started a project to prepare Jeju-specific greenhouse gas inventory. In accordance with National Framework Plan on Carbon Neutrality to be prepared next year, Jeju plans to prepare a comprehensive plan of carbon neutrality. I think that the issues presented and discussed at this workshop will be of great help to the implementation of carbon neutral policies, not only for Jeju but also for other regions. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Director Taeyeon Jung and the staff of Asia Climate Change Education Center, who provide such a valuable discussion platform for the commitment to the practice of carbon neutrality. Thank you.
thank you so much. And then now we are going to ask Jong Soo-yoon, former Vice Minister of Environment. He's going to give us the keynote speech, and then and he can proceed now. First of all, the workshop related to climate change and all the people who are involved in this, let me express my gratitude to you all, including director of Asia Climate Education Center, carbon-free island, and against climate change, and then biodiversity. Jeju Island is trying to lead an example, and Director of Environmental Policy Division from Jeju Government. Thank you so much for attending and for your hard efforts. And next week we have a Leaders Forum that will be held in Jeju ICC. And all the important guests and delegates, including ministers from around the world, will come together and have a meeting. And that's going to be convened by Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. And then let me give you my presentation on carbon neutrality. UNFCCC is being held every year to tackle the issues caused by climate change, and 40,000 people gather. And back in 1997, I have attended 13 times since a Kyoto Protocol was adopted. It was a groundbreaking conference. It hasn't really garnered a lot of success as we have expected, but the conference asked the developed countries, and if they don't abide by it, the conference was trying to come up with penalties. But because of that, many countries have executed from that protocol. But Paris system started last year to include every country, to encourage every country to follow this trend. What's different is Kyoto system only asked the developed countries to reduce global emissions, but in Paris, Paris system encourages every country to reduce the emissions. The Paris system, to be able to sustainable global temperature to the pre-industrial level, if it is possible, 1.5 degrees Celsius, but its goal is 2 degrees Celsius. That was adopted. And reduction is the key. And then each country has reported a determined contribution for that. Carbon neutrality is carbon zero. It's net zero. It's impossible to ask each country to emit zero. But it asks each country to reach net zero, plus minus net zero. Why is it important? The global temperature is keeps on rising. These are some of the reports from mass media. And this summer, Europe, the temperature has reached 40 degrees and over 40 degrees, and Canada and the North America reached over 40 degrees. Only 3% of Europe is equipped with air conditioning, so it caused a lot of problems. Forest fire in Australia is something you've come across on the media, and flooding in Korea, in the Korean Peninsula. These are all extreme weather conditions, and these have affected our daily life. So to tackle these issues, the only answer is carbon neutrality. Biodiversity loss and climate change are interconnected. They cannot be separated. Climate change causes biodiversity loss, and biodiversity loss causes climate change. Forests in Africa is at risk, and it is causing global climate crisis. We have to consider this too and incorporate this too. The viruses, like the issues regarding viruses, and also these are related to climate change. Deforestation, and wildlife trade, illegal poaching, and the trade, and intensified agriculture and livestock production, and climate change. These all cause the viruses coming closer to us, to our daily life. To tackle these issues, if can resolve the issues, COVID-19 will stay with us forever. Net zero is the key issue, as I have mentioned. To this end, carbon sink, we have to think about, we have to put more, we have to consider carbon sink. To activate its effect and a wetland, we have to survey and research how much the wetlands sink carbon, absorb carbon. CCUS, carbon capture, utilizing carbon capture and storage. In the Eastern Sea, we are pushing forward a pilot project. So undersea carbon emission is mostly caused by industrial process, and by concentrating it, we can move it and then put it undersea. And CCUS needs a lot of survey and research. In our case, to reach carbon neutrality, CCUS 50 million ton should be buried undersea, because CCS or forestation is the issue to reach net zero. We need a lot of other advanced technologies. Due to the time limit, I'm going to be as brief as possible. And then we're going to look into what other countries do. And ESG and carbon neutrality are deeply related to each other. ESG is a global trend. Carbon neutrality is the key for ESG. Other than corporates and stockholders and stakeholders. So stockholders are the leaders or owners of the corporates. So up until now, they haven't exerted their right, but now things have changed. non-financial index and governance, environment, and ESG has been the key for them. By looking at ESG of a company, they can decide to invest or divest or not to invest. The stake, stakeholders have become the stockholders. And the change, we are going to look at the change, the trend. And this has to do with trade. EU, to reach carbon neutrality, Europe has been putting a lot of efforts. Some countries have emitted a lot of carbon, and they have used coal. Europe, to produce products, they lose. They lose. They don't. They're not really comparative to other countries if they only take. If they only consider carbon neutrality. CBAM. So they have come up with CBAM and announced the system. So carbon border adjustment system is something that we're going to look into too. As I've said before, ESG means environment, social governance. Climate change is at the top of when it comes to environment. Social issues involve human rights, working condition, and security, welfare. Governance is reflected in the transparency of the boards, executive boards, and their roles, and their structure of the boards, executive boards. And it also includes gender issues. The transparency should be reflected in the governance. As I said in the past, ESG was not taken seriously. In the past, businesses or corporates and government. So the relationship between the two were more important. But now, after ESG has been pushed forward, businesses and investors, their relationship is really important. BlackRock, Amorous, and these international organizations have taken surveys, and according to the survey, climate change was one of the most important things. Why environment is really important, especially in ESG. BlackRock is the biggest investment company. To achieve carbon neutrality, what kind of policies does each company have? So each company should announce its plan, because all the investors are going to ask and try to find out. There are other examples. And the lawsuit, there has been a lawsuit recently. It's related to climate change. NGOs and stockholders and shareholders, they file a lawsuit against companies, but in the past, the court was for companies, but now the court's ruling reflects people related to this from 1986 to 2021, there has been more than 1,841 court lawsuits, and it's increasing. The coal-fired coal power plant, the investors they decide not to invest if the company is related to a coal power plant. 140 countries account for 90% of the emissions of global greenhouse gases. This is in the USA. Senate and representatives of House, when George Bush led the administration, and his party was not really interested in the climate change, so they withdrew themselves from Kyoto Protocol. But Obama administration joined the protocol, and then for 8 years, Paris Agreement was announced in 2015, and America made a lot of contribution to it. But President Trump and withdrew its party from its country from the Paris Agreement. But now the new administration has joined the Paris Agreement. So it has been back and forth. But Biden has announced Build Back Better Act. And he proposed this act. The House of Representatives and the relationship between the House of Representatives and the Senate is something that we have to understand. Because of that, it didn't pass. But it finally passed. Inflation Reduction Act was it? Because of COVID-19, the administration was financially helped financially the country. So, $385 billion will be put into clean energy and climate change. Europe last year announced Fit for 55 package. In this, there are a lot of pointers, energy efficiency and renewable energy, the transition to it. There are a lot of agendas for this. The strategies to forests and fuel policies. It includes all this, and CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, is from this. The Ukraine, because of the war taking place in Ukraine and Russia, energy and electricity is not sufficient. EU is shifting its gears to renewable energy. Carbon coal power plant shift to coal power plant um, is happening now, but is not for the long term. Carbon emission. The countries that have regulation that do not reflect carbon emission. So for those countries, CBAM is necessary. But the carbon emission in terms of making bottled water, so we have to consider the tariff. The emission trade, 1 ton is about €100. So this can be applied. And if the countries don't think this is fair, they have to provide the evidence why this is not fair. So this is more advantageous to European countries. Korea is the first country that has the adjustment mechanism other than EU. 1 ton is about $20, and that's the trade price, and that's a big difference. And then we have to solve because of the difference, solve the issue. Korea and the EU, to implement this CBAM, we need to cooperate with each other. And I'm personally involved in this process. I'll give you more information a little later. China will reach its peak in 2030, and then announced it will reach carbon neutrality by 2060. But this is a very good example because it's far away from now, but the world took a back because they're not sure if China can achieve this ambition. Emission per capita, when you compare to the USA, is lower than the USA, but the total emission in China is bigger than the USA. They have made a goal to reduce the emission. The reason why they have set this goal is to bring more profit, because the related businesses and markets, renewable energy, out of the top 10 eco-friendly companies are from China now. So they have the technological confidence is the reason why they came up with this objective. The Korean Peninsula, Korea has announced carbon neutrality. NDC is the midterm goal. 2008 was the peak, and it was 0.7 billion ton. And we have this goal to reduce 40% of that figure by 2030. So we have to reduce that amount in 8 years. The emission rate has kept on increasing, and 300 million ton was 1990. 2018. Let me correct myself. It was not 2008. It was 2000. It is 2018. And then the 40% from this peak is something very difficult. And we have to make it zero by 2050. So 4% annually, a reduction annually is the goal to achieve NDC that we proposed. Business as usual is not something that we have to do. We have to. This doesn't only apply to Korea, Japan, EU, the USA. The graph applies to all these countries. They have to curb this trend rapidly. This is a difficult task. And the Ukraine war, the volatility and the, something unexpected anomaly, this is something that's stopping this trend. To achieve this, we have to make a report to UN. Stock taking is something they do. They have to find out if each country has carried out its goal. Consulting agencies across the globe, they analyze each country's implementation. If they do not meet their goals,
So the companies have started their big transition. I forgot one thing. Yesterday, I saw news that each country is responding to this carbon reduction, and some countries has already reached carbon negativity, which is Bhutan and Panama and Suriname, which is very popular in Korea. These three countries have reached carbon negativity already, which means they're absorbing more carbon than they're emitting. In terms of Bhutan, they're starting this year. It's a big tourism country. They don't have manufacturing sector, so they impose $200 for tourism for their carbon emission when they're coming into the country, for cost incurred by transportation and whatnot. So they don't care if the tourist arrivals decrease. So they decided to impose this 200 tourism tax to the tourists that come to the country. So these little countries have already reached this carbon negativity. And these are the companies. This is a UN Race to Zero campaign. As of early this year, 5,235 companies have declared this. And all the global companies are joining this campaign. And other than this, there are so many cities joining this campaign. As you can see, Microsoft, they announced that they will reduce all the carbon emissions they have ever emitted so far, and many companies have declared that they will reach this carbon neutrality by 2030. And as you well know, RE100 is refers to the campaign. The companies use 100% of their power with renewable energy, and as of last month, 378 companies are joining this, and they already submitted their plans to reduce or their transition of power. For example, SK of Korea, and including 6 companies have joined this, and 19 more companies followed. If you don't join this RE100, it will affect companies greatly, significantly. For example, the supply chains between companies, especially big companies, they require suppliers to implement RE100. Otherwise, they don't work with the suppliers. So if you don't do this, then you can't sell your products. So in this supply chain, so the companies are requesting the supply chain to join this RE100, and we have increased demand from stakeholders. First of all, shareholders. We have shareholders. They're asking for this. For example, ExxonMobil or Chevron or these NGOs or shareholders. They're American behaviorist hedge fund engine number 1. In last year's shareholders meeting on May 26th, the 4 outside directors, and they asked to appoint 3 out of 4 new outside directors who are environmentalists, and they also asked to add scope 2 or 3 to the existing medium and long-term goals. Scope 2 refers to, scope 1 refers to the carbon emissions, and scope 2 is the purchased electricity to make products, and scope 3 is the value chain. All the companies in the value chain, supply chain or travel or employee commuting cars, all the emission from this, including all this scope. So they asked to drop a plan how to reduce carbon emission, including all these factors. So it's very rare for companies to present scope 3, but recently, which is very significant compared to direct emission, but some companies have added scope 3 similar projects. So it's quite natural to include all these scope 1, 2, 3 in their plans, and there are a lot of things that NGOs require. For example, Greenpeace asked Samsung protested against their non-environmental actions, and the Shell oil company the Friends of the Earth filed a lawsuit in the Netherlands court claiming that their reduction goals is not enough, and the court ruling coincided with the NGO, and they ruled 45% reduction. Which is the number one lawsuit regarding this action, and also other environmental organizations such as Greenpeace are filing lawsuits more and more. And for example, in our country, Korea, the National Fund, which is the largest shareholder, they assessed ESGs of companies, and based on their analysis, they invest their companies. And if they find that companies' ESG factors are not enough, then they have to reconsider their investment. And as of 2020, around 100 trillions were invested, but 2022, they're considering to raise that amount to 500 trillion. So now our national fund is taking great interest in this ESG activities of companies. I am also an outside director of a company, and they send the national fund sent a survey questionnaires if the company is complying with the ESG. So I think the national fund is playing a role as a watchdog, and we have to disclose environment-related information. It is actually mandatory, as well as in the U.S. and especially in Korea. The government has mandated to disclose environmental information. Before, it was more like control-based, but these days, this system allows investors and other stakeholders consider companies' involvement in ESG and by developing K-taxonomy, so the investors can analyze the companies based on this their criteria, which is 6 environmental criteria. And so this K-taxonomy defines environmental activities into 6 big categories. Otherwise, it can be considered that they are against environmental protection. And also, the guideline does not include power generation, nuclear power generation, unlike the EU. And the due diligence before there is a conflict in Congo, which has a persistent civil war. The insurgents were financed by this armed forces, which is involved in so other countries in Europe, they consider whether they violate human rights or they exploit children labor or women's rights or environmental degradation. So if you import any products from these countries who are violating these issues, then they will be punished. So if we, for example, if we build a plant in such countries, then the company will be penalized or something. So I think the society is changing. Now, in terms of greenwashing, I'm sure you have heard a lot of this term a lot. So these days, companies are trying to show that they're environmental, but actually they're not. So to give you a little more detail about this CBAM, actually last July, the first draft was published, and first they included four items, four applicable items, and then and it includes free assignment. But November last year, the EU Environmental Committee, it's equivalent to National Assembly. This Environmental Committee published a revision, and they passed this last month or the month before. But previously, when they were launching CBAM, which is difficult to comply, so they're going to give a grace period for 3 years, not imposing any taxes. But the revision says that the 3 years is too long, so they cut the grace period to 2 years, and then they included applicable items and the free assignments. They first allowed free assignment, but the new revision says that they're going to cut this out within the 10-year period. And then they reduced it to 4 years. So such revised provisions were included in this revision. It was first published by the EU Executive Committee. They have the right to refer this bill, but if they don't agree each other, then they have to do the process. So this executive committee is similar to the administration. So we need to continue this negotiation. This has a lot to do with Korea because we do a lot of export. We have a lot of trade with EU countries. So to do that, we have to calculate all the carbon emissions. So if there's discrepancies, we have to pay for it. Of course, countries like China or Russia are opposing significantly, but I think this will be in effect. But all in all, to achieve carbon neutrality, we have all different conditions. In this international society, we can go back and we can revise the NDC goal to 35 or something. We have to keep this. To do that, we have to achieve technological innovation, which is not possible just doing BAU. We need to expect great changes. If we succeed, then we can lead the international society. As you can see, last year, the Energy Ministry in the U.S., Earthshot Initiative refers to the moonshots in the Kennedy administration. So they took the name from the Kennedy Initiative. They call it Earthshot, which is to develop a technology by 2030. So things like small nuclear plant or green hydrogen should be developed using those technologies. We can transit economy to hydrogen economy. Since we produce a lot of waste, which creates more GHG. So using these new technologies, CCUS, we can create or evolve and this can be achieved by companies, and the government should support in great amount to these companies. And for this paid assignment, it will cost approximately 2 billion won. I think it'll be more. I think we need more budget for this. So lastly, carbon neutrality is based on top-down. So for ordinary people, they don't really feel the urgency of this campaign. So we need to do something to engage people. And so to do that, we need to encourage local-based activities. But in terms of current legislation, it states that local organizations or committees should be formed for these activities, but it's actually not happening. Now that we have new legislation, we need to encourage local-based activities to find out, to identify how much carbon emission is created in each local areas and how to reduce them. So we need to plan local-based projects or plans to achieve effective carbon neutrality. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your keynote speech, former Vice Minister of Environment, Jong-soo Yoon. And we are going to proceed with the presentation. But before that, we are going to take 5, and we'll start again at 2:05.
국회에서는 25분 또 시간을 살짝 줄여가지고 해주시면 되겠습니다. 잠시 쉬겠습니다.
We're going to take a short break. Proceed with
해주시면
the themed presentation, please. Let me ask you to have a seat.
주제 발표 첫 번째
The first
발표는요.
presentation will be given by
제주의 전략이라는 주제로
uh,
강진영
is the
제주기업의
title, The
연구원
Jeju's Strategy to Create a Carbon Neutral City. And let me invite Jin Young Kang, Senior Researcher of Jeju Research Institute, to the podium. Please take the floor.
네, 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all here.
지기가 좀 잘못돼 있어서
My
의원입니다. 그래서 다
my
의원인데
position is a researcher. So
한국인 도시 관련해서 제가 작년부터
from last year,
연구 의뢰를 받아서
I have been commissioned to
사실
uh,
전에 윤종수 전
to
차관이 말씀하셨는데
conduct research on
하시다고
carbon neutrality. And let me ask the keynote speaker, is carbon neutrality possible?
사실 연구를 하기 전에는
Before
계산은 할 수 있는데
the research,
현실을 보면 정말 어렵습니다. 그러니까
we actually can calculate, but the reality is different.
가능할까라는 생각을 많이 갖고요.
So I actually have a second thought about this, but from the position of a researcher, I sometimes I think about how we can achieve that.
단순합니다. 연구를 하려면.
When we conduct research, it's mathematical,
저희가 좀 치중해야 되는 부분이 어떤 부분이냐.
and we have some agendas, and then issues that we need to pay attention to. If Jeju goes as business as usual,
어떤 것인가를 그러니까 온실가스죠.
the greenhouse gas emission,
나올 것인가를 저희 나름대로 또 전망을 해봅니다.
we have our prospect from the calculation.
계산치가 나오는데 좀 전에 우리 그전 차관님이 말씀하셨는데
Former vice
지자체 역할과
minister,
국가를 구분하지 않고
if we do not divide the roles of central government and local government,
하고
if the local government
예산이 어느 정도 들까?
takes a full responsibility for this, it costs
하더라도 실질적으로 가까이 그러니까 2050
70 billion about 70 US billion dollars. Can you imagine this amount of money?
저희가 봤을 때
From our point of view,
보면은 2030 카본 프리 아일랜드
2030 carbon-free island,
거기 전략만 하더라도
the strategies
보면은
from that action, the major part from that is energy, renewable energy. Safety and security is something we need, but we need land and space to secure the renewable energy. But
그럼에도 불구하고
is it possible?
제가 오늘 발표하는 내용은 그럼에도
But the
불구하고
contents
선택이
of my presentation
할 분위기에 저희가
is the direction.
상대 얘기일지도 모르지만 그런 전략을
It might sound a little exaggerated, but let me just give you the directions that we need to take.
탄소 중립 도시 저희 제주가 봐요. 기후변화 시범도라는 건 혹시 알고 계시나요?
Jeju is a pilot island for climate change. It was designated in 2008.
도시 조성 계획을
The establishment plan for carbon neutrality, neutral city, was established from 2008 to 2009, and I was involved in this work.
MB 정부 들어서면서
And
제주와 강릉을 탄소 중립
the administration back then
내용이 있었습니다.
had goals to make some of the cities in the Korean Peninsula carbon neutral cities.
사실 거기에 있는 이런
In reality, the figures
뭐뭐뭐 필요한 게
were not
하겠습니다.
in the scheme or plan.
지가
it only portrays the plans and implementation strategies. But we can actually feel the climate crisis and change around us.
이제 2050년까지는 탄소 중립을
By
이루겠다.
2050, Korea has announced carbon neutrality
금액이 40%
and
감축하겠다.
45% reduction compared to the figure in 2008.
좀 전에 이제 윤정수 전 차관님이
The
말씀하셨듯이
former vice minister has suggested
중앙 부처에서 만든 큰
the central government has made that plan.
말 그대로 위에서 40%니까 지방자치단체도
It's a top-down approach. 40% from the central area and 40% from the local area.
저도 이제 이번에 그 수립을 하면서도 그랬지만
And
근데 그런 부분에
when I worked for establishing this, there are a lot of other things to consider. Local point of view and central point of views.
그 탄소 중립을 위해서 여러 가지 계획들이 추진됩니다.
So there are a lot of plans to reach that carbon neutrality.
그다음에 기후가
Institutional structure,
단축에 대한
the reduction response strategy,
가스 감축뿐만 아니라 기후 변화라는 게 어떤
gas emission reduction.
이루어지고 저희가 당장에 오늘 이제 탄소 중립을 이루더라도 향후 20년간은
If
기온이 계속
if we reached carbon neutrality today,
이제 일어나는 그러니까 20년
the climate change will continue.
그렇기 때문에 그러한 계획들을 하더라도 이제
The
왔는데
plans
다만 이제 그러한 목표를 위해서 여러
to
가지
achieve that goals,
하게 되고 거기에 한국형
there are a lot of goals, and we have to consider UDL strategy, policy.
국가와 그리고 국제사회의 그런 모습에
Jeju Island should involve
협조해야 되는
the issues from the central government
어떻게 하면 협조할
and the local government. So
그렇게 보면 제주도에 대해서 어떤 게 변화되고 있고 어떤 부분에서 우리가 치중을 해야 되겠냐.
So what is changing and what do we need to pay attention to?
제주가 사실은 기후변화에 미리 알아야 되는
The natural environment
선이 있다고 보시면 됩니다.
is
기후변화에 대해서 가장 취약한 곳이
Jeju is exposed to climate crisis. The first part of South Korea because it's situated in the most southern part.
그런 부분에서 제주도는
Jeju Island
유네스코 삼관왕이라는 얘기를 하지만
has achieved all the scientific designations of UNESCO. It shows how natural environment, how beautiful the natural environment is.
잘 갖춰져 있냐라고 했을 때
But
안 들어왔습니다. 그런 부분에서 보시는 바와 같이
but the plan to conserve and preserve the nature.
우리가 탄소를
Let me ask. We sometimes ask.
이제
We doubt if we have the perfect plans.
기후변화가 점차 지속적으로 감소하고 있다는 게 하나의 문제가 될 수 있습니다. 두 번째 이제
And
보시면 실생활에도 좀
our daily life
인구와
is deeply related, and the population and the number of tourists increase,
소한 부분 때문에 기본적으로
and these are related because because we do a lot of activities in our daily life, waste and wastewater.
우리가 물론 채식도 하시겠지만
Some of you are vegetarians, but others eat meat. And then the consumption will increase as the population grows.
아니면 그런 부분에 대해서 좀 더 경쟁력을 키우거나 아니면 더 생산을 많이 하거나 이런
To produce more products,
이제 제주가
to be more to secure more competitive edge.
하는데 지금 한 20년, 25년 전에 이제 주공 아파트 외에는
The first apartment was
단독
built
정도의
20 years ago or 25 years ago. Before, there were detached houses.
주택이 아까 말씀드렸다시피 한 30년 정도가 지났습니다.
Those houses have been run down over the past 30 years,
그 효율 자체가 너무 떨어져요.
the efficiency
에너지를 많이 쓰는
is
구조가
because of the low efficiency,
그렇게 구조하다 보니까 아까 말씀드린 대로 인구와 관광객이 증가하게 되고
and the number of the population and the number of tourists cause waste and wastewater um, for their convenience. The number of cars also increases.
아시다시피 최근 보면은 이제 최종 에너지라고 하죠.
The final energy consumption
지속적으로 증가하는
increases,
가지고 있습니다.
and that's the trend.
위에 보시면 이제 소비량 중에 석유 부분이 지금 크게
The oil accounts for 63% and electricity 30% and renewable and others 5%.
전력이라는 거는 이제 우리가
Electricity
를 가지고 많이 생각을 하게 됩니다.
consumption by energy is mainly consumed by fossil fuel, but the previous administration ignored this fact and they came up with a scenario to abandon nuclear power plants, but
정말 이제 상상도 안 되는 비용과 그리고
but it
면적이 소요됩니다.
it costs
그리고 이제 그런
it incurs a lot of money
전기를 생산하더라도 아니면 다른 걸 하더라도
when we generate electricity.
속으로 증가한다는 게 약간 문제가 될 수 있죠. 그런 측면에서 우리가
From that point of view,
제주도의 신재생 에너지
the renewable energy in Jeju Island it accounts for 5%.
보면은 보급 용량이 2014년 이후에 지속적으로 증가하는
The supply
긍정적인 측면이 있습니다.
is increasing,
뒤에 제가
but
몇 가지 거기서도 갈등의 문제를
but it also causes other conflicts and other problems.
여기서 보면은 제가 이제 그 그래프를 그려놨지만
As you can see from this graph, on the right,
지속적으로 신재생 에너지 보급량은 늘어납니다. 생산량
The-
자체가.
the renewable energy keeps increasing.
바이오 부분이
Bio is increasing. You can see the color. Is it used in our daily life? And many of you have not experienced that. Maybe the statistics
그 신재생 에너지 부분에
is the problem, but the renewable
그걸 섞으면 바이오 에너지로 인정을 해주는 그런 법적인 문제점도
there are some other legal aspects and problems.
빼버리고 하게 되면
And
그러니까 해제 분간이죠.
if you roll out or exclude bio
분간이라고 생각하시면 될 것 같아요.
and the purple, the graphs to the up to the purple points are the real ones,
온실가스는 크게 두 가지로 나뉩니다.
and there are two kinds of greenhouse gas emissions, direct and indirect. So something that we create here is direct and others indirect.
적으로 배출되는 부분
The direct ones are the ones you see on this slide.
온실가스를 흡수한다는 측면 그런 부분이
The-
가미된 게 직접 배출량이라고 하는데 혹시 통계를 보신 분이 계시죠?
Direct emissions are calculated based on the portion of greenhouse gases directly emitted by human activities, and the greenhouse gases absorbed by carbon sinks.
상태에서의 직접 배출량을 총 배출량이고 그리고 순 배출량이라는 부분은 그 총 배출량에서 흡수량을 뺀 값을 순 배출량이라고 합니다.
The net emission means
어떤 분들은 좀 헷갈리시는 부분이 있는데
this can be a little confusing because the we have to talk about direct and indirect greenhouse gas emissions to reach net zero. But we only talk about direct emissions.
하나긴 한데 사실 실제적인 부분은 아니라는 부분이고요. 그리고 간접 배출량의 부분도
Indirect emissions,
우리가 해저 케이블 통해 가지고 전력을 받아오잖아요.
we get electricity and power using the submarine transmission, and we have to consider the indirect emissions too.
그 온실가스 배출량에 보면
because the amount of greenhouse gases emitted from other regions.
실제적으로. 근데 이제 그거를 크게 나눴을 때 에너지 부분에서 이제 가장 큰 비중을
In
차지하는
the energy sector, transportation accounted for the highest share.
카본프리 아일랜드 바이 2030을 수립할
Carbon-free island 2030.
비중을 실는 그런
EVs, it focuses on EVs because of this reason.
거기에 수송의 한 절반 이상을 차지하고 거기에 발전 부분이
Power generation accounts for about 25%,
아까도 말씀드렸다시피
and
에너지 소비량
energy consumption,
직접 배출량도 지속적으로 증가하는
according to energy consumption and direct emission increases.
산업 공정은 이제 에너지 파트에 대해서
Industrial processes account for,
1990년도부터
don't take up a large portion,
11.7%, 약 10% 정도씩
and average annual increase is 11.7%.
차지하지는 않습니다. 다만 두 개를 말씀드리면
In agricultural and
부분이 약 8.4%,
in the agricultural sector,
이 부분에 대해서
and
지속적으로
8% of direct emissions, and
주요 내용은
which is 1.5% up from the previous year. And agricultural sector and livestock sector account for more than 50%.
지도에 차지하는 면적 비율로 했을 때는 그렇게 크게 차지하지 않지만
Livestock doesn't take up a large area of the island,
거의 반반 차지한다.
but
그리고 이제
agricultural and livestock, they equally take up the half portion of from among the agricultural sector.
하나 중에 하나잖아요.
Waste is another hot issue on the island.
계속 지속적으로 증가하는
It keeps on increasing.
증가율을
The growth rate is
그다음에
not on the steady rise.
배출량의 존재를 설명할 때 총 배출량과 순 배출량 말씀드렸습니다.
The total emission rate and the net emission rate, I have talked about them earlier.
그 흡수량이 우리가
The absorption, LULUCF,
이 내용인데 사실은 이할 때마다 조금씩 다릅니다. 우리
it
제도에 대해서 묻지
it changes it changes differently every time we conduct research. But
저희가 기본적으로 이제 그 흡수량을 이제 산출할 때
when we calculate the absorption rate,
약간 증가했다가 감소하는 추세입니다.
it increased and decreases. So the absorption, it shows absorption decreases.
이제 간접 배출량
The indirect emission,
거기에서는 대부분 다 모든 부분이 에너지 파트고요.
the energy part takes up the largest portion, and the power generation energy is the biggest among that. 9.2% is the annual average increase.
이러한 증가 추세를 가지고 이제 여러 가지 모델을 가지고 제가 전망을 합니다.
With a lot of different models, we make prospects, but the graph shows the rapid increase.
지금은 한 240톤 정도
240 tons is the figure now, but when we make a prospect for the future, it rapidly increases.
이제 지금 그 오른쪽 편에 있는 거죠.
On the right, you see
직접 배출량과 간접 배출량 합친 겁니다.
the total amount of greenhouse gas emissions, including direct and indirect emissions.
소음이 안 되는 수치가 나오기
About 7 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions was emitted in 2018.
때문에 이번 여건에서 변화된 여건을 고려했을 때
So with this with this trend in mind,
보시는 것 같이
we can make prospects.
우리가
Power generation,
전력을 생산하는 데 있어가지고 온실가스
greenhouse gas emissions from the power generation sector in 2050,
와 2050년도를 비교하면
are projected to increase more than 2 times compared to 2018, and it will reach 2 million, over 2 million tons. And the industrial sectors is expected to increase by uh, double. And the transport sector, and 4 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent is expected to be emitted in the transportation sector. And livestock and agricultural sector and will increase by up to 438,000 tons. And 1.2 times in the waste sector is the increase that we prospect. And 2.1 times in the indirect emission prospect. And 5 million tons it is expected to reach 5 million tons indirect greenhouse gas emissions. And in the total emission by each sector, in 2050, more than 7 million tons will be emitted. When you consider business as usual, this is the forecast we made when considering business as usual model. The nation has pushed forward with the goal carbon neutrality by 2050, and then this is the top-down approach, so we have to follow this trend. And conversion of existing fossil fuels is something that we have to consider. Energy conversion and efficiency enhancement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from industrial processes too. Waste will be produced because we have livestock and we have to maintain our lives by agriculture. How can we solve these issues? How can we achieve this, maintaining this? Forest is something we have to preserve our nature for carbon sink because it absorbs carbon emissions, and livestock agriculture and waste, we can cover the surplus emissions by expanding the forested area. Fossil fuels is utilized now, but we have to we should stop using fossil fuels in the future. Power generation, the hydrogen should be utilized in the power generation. Vision and strategy and objectives and the system and the institutional system is needed. Securing renewable energy is difficult. So power generation, utilization of distributed energy special activities, what we need. sector, for that sector, reinforcement of laws related to the supply of eco-friendly vehicles.
혹시 신문 기사를 보셨는지 모르겠는데
I'm not sure if you have come across the
내용과
article
있고요. 건축
on the newspaper and building sector strengthening laws and ordinances related to green buildings and CFI WFI 2030. Have you heard about it? We have to strengthen the strategies and schemes pushed forward from those strategies. These are all reflected in the Special Act. We have to preserve. Taking the forested area is declining into consideration.
아직까지 저희가 아무도 그 부분에 대해서 실제로 정말 여기 계신 분들은 다르겠지만
I'm pretty sure all of you are different, but we are not sure. The behavioral change is what we need. The laws and the regulations, strengthening them, but it also
그런 측면에서 이제 탄소중립 도시 조성
makes some people disadvantaged, gives some people disadvantages.
근데 그 바탕에 저희가
In the background of the policies and regulations, the behavioral change in the life, in our daily life, is the most important thing. There are four problems: environmental pollution and damage, and resident isolation of the residents,
확보에 따라서 협의 내용들이 있고 협의 사항에 대한 이행
like
하는 부분이 크게 네 가지가 있습니다.
by not abiding by the implementation of renewable energy. These are residents, citizens have to understand and all these policies, unless to least problems caused by this. Even myself, I have to think about how we can proceed with these plans. The Basic Act on carbon neutrality will be established next year. By 2050, maybe this is not attainable, but by 2030, 40% reduction, and by 2050, carbon neutrality. But this is something we have to achieve. Thank you for listening.
That was the first presentation by researcher Kang Jin-young. Thank you. Next is we're going to hear a presentation on the strategy of carbon neutrality in Bangladesh, presented by Basumitra Chakma, professor of University of Chittagong, Bangladesh. You may proceed.
Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. You can proceed.
Good morning from Bangladesh.
안녕하십니까, 여러분?
Are you hearing me?
잘 들리십니까, 여러분?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning from Bangladesh. I'm Boshmitra Chakma. Thanks a lot to Professor Jung and his center for inviting me in this international conference on carbon neutrality. Today, I'm going to address on the strategy of carbon neutrality in Bangladesh, particularly on the overall scenarios, strategies, and plans to reduce producing carbon in all sectors. For instance, policies taken in 8 fiber plants in Bangladesh.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. I'm sorry, Professor, we cannot hear you.
Hello, Professor Chakma. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Can you hear me? We cannot hear you. Okay, would you please speak up a little bit louderly? 여기가 문제인가? 그러면 여기다가 들려? 안 들린대 여기가.
Professor Chakma, we cannot hear you. Can you adjust your microphone?
Hearing me right now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now. You may have to start it all over again.
Okay. Okay, good morning from Bangladesh. Thanks a lot to Professor Jung and his center for inviting me in this international workshop on carbon neutrality. I'm Boshmitra Chakma, assistant professor from Chittagong University. Today, I'm going to address on the strategy of carbon neutrality in Bangladesh, particularly on the overall scenario, strategies, and plan to reduce producing carbon in all sectors. For instance, policies taken in 8 fibers plant of Bangladesh and Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100 and Vision 2041. I try to cover almost all targets, policies, and techniques and initiatives for of Bangladesh government which help to move forward in green and carbon free world. Here are some strategies related to carbon neutrality in various plans and visions also. First of all, I would like to talk about Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100. The Bangladesh Delta, the largest dynamic delta of the world, along with a large and growing population and climate hazards, the country has been ranked as a sixth most vulnerable country in the world in terms of risks from natural hazards. Tidal surge, salinity, flooding, river erosion, and cyclone are regular features of the country. The country focuses also other challenges from growing urbanization, declining land availability, infrastructure shortages, and also energy supply constraints. In view of the long-term challenges presented by climate change and natural hazards, the government has formulated a long-term Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100, which is called BDP 2100. The Bangladesh Delta Plan 2106 to integrate the medium to long-term aspirations of Bangladesh to be a prosperous country beyond 2041 with the long-term challenge of sustainable management of water, ecology, environment, and land resources in the context of their interaction with natural disaster and climate change. To achieve BDP 2100 by the end of 21st century, the government sets up a long-term vision but introduces short and medium-term goals as steps to reach the vision. These goals associated strategies, policies, institutions, and investments are moving targets and adapting nature. To implement BDP 2100, government has divided whole country's hotspot in 6 categories. Number one categories is coastal zones, which is contained 27,738 square kilometer, and drought-prone areas, which is 22,848 square kilometers, and haor and flash-flood areas, which is 16,574 square kilometers. Another are here Chitong Hilltex areas, which are 13,295 square kilometers, and river systems and studios, which is 35,204 square kilometers, and also urban areas, which are 19,823 square kilometers. Among the other sectors policies, BDP has targeted to ensure renewable energy all over the country. Here are some targets of Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100. Target A is at least 30% energy production from renewable sources by 2041. And at the point B, formulate a master plan for 50 years to harness the potential of renewable energy resources, and devise innovation financing package for grant funding and low interest financing to address affordability for both grid and off-grid renewable energy projects, and enhance green growth through research and development of renewable techniques, including Clean Development Mechanism, which is called CDM. Another policies of Bangladesh is 85-year plan. Nowadays, Bangladesh has been following its 85-year plans. Like 75-year plan, the country has taken some crucial goals, targets, and strategy regarding carbon neutrality. The 85-year plan recognizes Bangladesh's commitment to Rio Convention, Paris Agreement, and Sendai Framework on disaster reduction and sustainable development goals. Government has also focused on making economic transformation meaningful. Environmental sustainability is needed. The 85-year plan focuses on integrating economic progress, environment, climate change, and disaster management concerns into planning and budgeting with the goal of attaining sustainable development. So, 85-year plan incorporate some strategies of green growth to harmonize economic growth for better environmental sustainability. Here are some major issues in the 85-year plan. That is taxation of emission from industrial unit. The government has already introduced policies for the control of air pollution from brick manufacturing plants. Moreover, under the 85-year plan, it will develop more policies to control emission from the other polluting industries by developing a polluter pays principle with appropriate compensation. Second point is here reducing subsidies on fuel and adopting tax on fossil fuel consumption. Government declared that they increasingly reduce its subsidies on fossil fuel to support its policies and goals on climate change. We have observed and we have experienced before last 2 months ago, government has reduced its subsidies on fossil fuel such as diesel, petrol, and octane. The government will also introduce a green tax on the consumption of fossil fuel as it discourages the emission of carbon dioxide. In this slide, I would like to discuss about the Bangladesh Vision 2041. In this perspective plan 2041, some important objectives and core targets have introduced for environmental sectors, which lead to reduce carbon dioxide. Some of major targets are mentioned here. Here are 3 major targets of the government, and another are also have some major targets. From those, I would like to mention here, government has target on the fiscal year 2041 that carbon tax will be according to 2018. It is targeted it will be increase in 15%. Green area of Dhaka and major cities here is nil, and it will be increased 12 to 15%. Area under forest cover, percentage of land, it is according to 20 and 18 base year, it is 15, and it will be increased in fiscal year 2041 values in 20. And for environmental spending will be increased from 1% to 3.5% within 2041. Air quality, annual average air quality will be according to 2018. It was 86, and it will be 40. Percentage of land degraded, it is according to 2018, it is 18%, and it will be degraded 5 to 5%. Protection of habitat and biodiversity, according to international ranking, government has targeted it will to ups in top 30. And environmental performance index international ranking, government right in 2018, it is bottom line 5, and it will be increased to top 30. In 8 5-year plans, here are the specific strategies and objectives and targets. Here are major targets. Government has targeted the hill forest restoration will increase to 130,580 hectares, and plain land salt forest restoration will increase 7,220 hectares. And agro plantation will be increased to 500 hectares. Bamboo and cane plantation will be increased to 2,000 hectares. Street plantation also will be increased to 15,000 kilometers, and homestead, institutional planting, and settling distribution or sale will be increased to 100 million. Medicinal plantation will be increased in 1,200 hectares, and rare and endangered save, seed, orchid, and another thing will increase to 600 hectares. Management of bamboo regeneration area, which is very famous in hill area and other region also, will be increased to 10,000 hectares. Here are government initiatives for reducing carbon from air and from environment. One kind of initiative is solar system. Using solar power is becoming popular in some significant sectors in rural and urban Bangladesh. For example, in agricultural sector, housing sector, and also in street lighting areas. Street lightings in rural and urban areas has become a common scenario in the country. Solar power has been using in diverse purposes from personal to community level. For instance, solar power has been distributing to irrigation in cropland, heating water, and pump for drinking water. Install solar rooftop at rooftop in private houses and commercial building as another sources of energy production. Here are some accounts of solar systems in Bangladesh. From 6 million solar home systems, more than 80 million individuals in Bangladesh have benefited. And around 66 megawatt are produced by rooftop solar panels installed on commercial and residential structures. There are already a solar irrigation system installed at 2,226 places across the nation. 2,592 solar irrigation units producing 48.14 megawatt. Some 296,861 street light with a capacity of 17.07 megawatt. 1,933 solar powered telecom BTS generating 8.06 megawatt. And 8 solar parks have been established, and these are now adding around 180 to 230 megawatt to the national grid every day. Here are a picture of solar panel in Bangladesh. There are in Bangladesh total 8 solar panel has been installed. Another point I would like to focus here and is forestry. Bangladesh is adopting a twofold strategy in NDC, that is nationally determined contributions to tackling climate change. The main focus on Bangladesh activities is on increasing resiliences to the impact of climate change. At the same time, the country is also working to achieve lower greenhouse gas emission. The process is reflected in the nationally determined contribution submitted to UNFCCC in September 2015, which is committed to reduce greenhouse gas emission in power, industry, and transport sectors. To implement the NDC, it has a roadmap on mentioned 3 sectors. With this in mind, Bangladesh has prepared this implementation roadmap for the nationally determined contribution to manage growing emissions without compromising the required development and allow Bangladesh to play its role in global efforts to limit temperature rise to 2 degrees or preferably 1.5 degree above pre-industrial level. There are some commitment of Bangladesh in NDC plan. Increased tree cover from 22.37% to 24%. Afforestation and deforestation in coastal areas, island and degraded areas will be increased to 150,000 hectares, and restore the deforested forests and also hill and plain land it will be increased 1,37,800 hectares, restore the degraded forest to 2 lakh hectares at the hill and plain land, salt forest, plantation in roadside, embankment, private land also will be increased. Another policies of Bangladesh government has taken, that is wind power. Bangladesh is the most densely populated countries in the world with more than 160 million people. Approximately 64% of population has access to electricity and the price of energy is subsidized. The government of Bangladesh is evaluating multiple paths to ensure reliable and affordable power. Under its power system master plan in 2016, Bangladesh set a goal to generate 50% of its electricity from coal by 2030. An alternative path being evaluated by the government involves identifying, quantifying, and exploiting the country's domestic renewable energy resources. The goal of generating 10% of electricity from renewable energy is here. In support of these low emission development strategies, government seeks to unlock the natural resources that has been largely unexplored in the country that is growing. The coastal line of Bangladesh stretches for 700 kilometers and the Bay of Bengal is home to several islands. One farm can use the powerful southerly and southeasterly monsoon wind blowing from the Indian Ocean to produce electricity. Bangladesh can produce 33,000 megawatts of wind energy using 20,000 square kilometers of land and winds that go between 5.7 and 7.75 meters per second. Government has the target to produce 1,153 megawatt electricity in 2021, and Bangladesh has targeted to produce electricity to 1,370 megawatt by 2030. Selected wind measurement map and 9 locations through the country. It has also, government has also selected 9 spot for install the wind power. That is, this map is showing the spot here. That is Rajshahi, Chandpur, Chitakundo, Parki Beach in Chittagong, and Mymensingh, Mirzapur, Mongla, Inani Beach in Coxbazar, and Rangpur. Another point is I would like to discuss here, that is green technology. In 2009, Bangladesh Bank established a finance scheme for supporting environment-friendly technology such as solar energy, biogas plant, and effluent treatment plants, which is called ETP. The initial schemes focus on only 10 products, which have increased to 50 products, fewer than 11 categories: renewable energy, energy efficiency, solid waste management, liquid waste management, alternative energy, fire burn brick, non-fire block brick, recycling and recyclable product, ensuring safety in work environment of factories, etc. Now, 39 banks in the country and 19 financial institutions have signed a participation agreement with Bangladesh Bank to avoid finance from this scheme. This is the strategies of Bangladesh government to reduce carbon dioxide from air and environment. First of all, here Bangladesh government has decided to construct bicycle lane in major cities like Chittagong cities, Dhaka, the capital cities, and major divisional cities. Reduction of private car and cars, electric and hybrid vehicles. Bangladesh government has already encouraging the people and people to use the hybrid vehicles. Widening of roads and improving roads quality. Bangladesh government has been doing this work from 5 to 6 years ago and has taken a major roadmap for improving the road quality and widening of the roads. Introducing intelligent transport system is also one of major target of Bangladesh in transportation system. Implementation of 5,925 solar irrigation farm in agricultural sector, which are generating 176.38 megawatt according to NDC. And Bangladesh has already installed 2,732 solar irrigation farm, and its capacity is 50.55 megawatt. Upscaling alternative wetting and drying. Bangladesh is targeting to upscaling alternative wetting and drying to the 50,000 hectare of cropland. Here is the another project of Bangladesh to reduce carbon dioxide from air and environment. In this project, 4.5 million cook stoves has been distributed across the country, and Bangladesh has also introduced a system of waste to biogas in rural areas and built 76,771 biogas plant according to 2020 report. And Bangladesh has been targeted producing 31.8 megawatt electricity in last year. Bangladesh has taken a major role in banning big planes. According to the report, in Bangladesh, there are about 7,500 brick planes across the country. These brick planes have been contributing vastly on air pollution in country. The Bangladesh government has decided to demolish a significant number of brick planes, which are one of the major source of air and environmental pollution. About 500 brick fields were demolished in 2020, and nearly 200 brick fields has been removed. Bangladesh authorities has targeted to remove 4,000 brick fields surrounding the Dhaka city, which is the capital of the country. Mobile courts have been conducting drives against brick fields, aiming to check the air pollution. And according to national determined contribution, Bangladesh has committed reduce 40% emission through banning fixed chimney cleans. It is an unconditional contribution, and Bangladesh will reduce 47% emission through banning fixed chimney clean, which is conditional contribution. First brick manufacturing and brick clean establishment in a bill in 2019, Bangladesh has passed a bill to control the establishment of brick field in the area, and prohibited by this bill in 2019 that establishment of brick fields in forests, ecologically critical areas, wetland, agricultural lands, residential, restricted and protected area, and commercial areas also. This is the major strategies and techniques and policies of Bangladesh government has taken recently. Thank you for your question.
준연결이 매끄럽지 못한 점이
I apologize for the connection problem. And now,
무엇을 말하는가라는
and now we are going to
것에서
proceed with the presentation 3. And Baekjo Kim, Senior Research Scientist from National Institute of Meteorological Sciences, is going to make a presentation.
안녕하세요. 좀 전에 소개받은
Hello, everyone. My name is Baekjo Kim.
보냈죠.
And then I'm pretty sure you're surprised to look at a guy because it sounds like a girl's name. And we are not from the mainland of Korea. We are from the island.
저희 가족과
I have moved to Jeju in 2014 and then moved back to the mainland and then have come back to Jeju Island this year. Climate change and climate risk and carbon neutrality are not the ones that come to our mind naturally, but something that we feel every day. Maybe it is caused by climate crisis and change. Why is frequently happening? We have to think about why. August 8th in Seoul, 2022, there has been a downpour. There was a downpour in Seoul. But on Jeju Island, tropical night and heat wave were some of the things that Jeju Island was going through. Why extreme high temperature is happening on the island? Maybe these are caused by people. And then I have to answer the question at the end. Rainfall and drought caused a beautiful lake to go dried in China. Look at the slide. The trees don't have the leaves, but they look dried up. Weather should change. Weather continues. Climate should be the same, but it is changing. Clear days continue, and then we'll have the drought. So the weather has to change. Summer shouldn't be as cold as winter, or the other way around. Something that has to change is not changing, and something that shouldn't be changed is changing. And this is what we are facing now. You have seen this graph a lot of times. The global temperature is increasing 1.2 degrees Celsius. Why is this a big problem? I was in Seogwipo City earlier, and then it was hot. But coming to Jeju City, I felt chilly. Going over a mountain causes the temperature to go up and go down. But the global mean temperature, 1.2 degrees Celsius increase, is a big problem. Since 1880, the temperature increases. Since 2000, the 10 hottest times were since 2000. In 2016, 0.99 degrees Celsius was the highest. In 2019, 0.95 degrees Celsius. And we can see this trend will continue. And it scares us. if this further increases, what's going to happen? It scares us.
난리가 납니다. 그죠?
Global climate disasters
중국, 일본 가까이 있는
is causing a lot of problems everywhere. Korea, China, Japan, you can see like people feel or go through droughts, heat waves, and floods.
강원 소변 이런 것들. 근데 이게 우리 동아시아뿐만 아니라
Not only Asia, it also happens in Europe,
인도,
India.
지금이
The global temperature has increased 1.2 degrees Celsius is causing a lot of extreme weather conditions.
이 지구상의 물의 몇 퍼센트를 가지고 이렇게 일어나는지 말씀드릴게요. 여기 보면 이게 이제 전 지구적인 수증기의 분포입니다.
Evaporation distribution is shown in this picture.
뒤로들으실 것 같지만
You think water will fall into the ground in the shape of rain, but 0.001% is only in the air. The rest is the ocean and glacier and others. But 0.001% is causing droughts and floods.
뒤로 내리고 그것이 증발을 다시 굉장히 가능합니다.
This small amount is causing extreme weather conditions. Carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas emissions, or 400 ppm, is only 0.004%. It is causing the earth to be hot. Something small around us is causing all these changes. This is the United States case. In 2021, a lot of things happened across the nation. Typhoon, hurricanes, tornadoes.
과거에 비해서 최근 5년
Compared to the previous years,
발생한 빈도가
the frequency
5배
has been 2.5 times and the damage has been 5 times. So that's why we have to take it as disasters.
이 그림은 70년도부터
Since 1970,
다양한 재해
the graph shows like various types of disasters, and they are it is increasing.
보면 폭염이라는
Heat wave, droughts,
물과 관련된
these are all related to water.
우리 사람 살기 좋아하는 사람이 어디 살기 좋아하는 바다
People prefer to live around the coastline, intertidal zones. So we are exposed to more risks because of sea level rise and super typhoons. And these are all causing more problems. Let's focus on our case, Korean case. The global temperature is increasing, and in the ocean. But Korea wants to make a leading example in every part.
우리나라에는 1999년부터
Since 1990, Taean in the western part of the mainland Korean peninsula,
오염의 영향을 받지 않는 이러한 생태계에서
so carbon dioxide concentration has been observed, and it's increasing. And since 2018, and 400, and in 2019, 417, and 2.7 ppm is an annual increase growth.
대기 중에 CO2의 농도가 몇 퍼센트? 0.04%.
0.04% is the only carbon in the air. And that amount is confusing us. The red graphs since 2000 shows it is increasing. 2016 1.1, 2020 0.8 degrees Celsius, 0.19 degrees Celsius is the annual growth over the past decade. And we are pretty sure it's not going to go downward. And the temperature is going to keep on rising. Is the sentiment around the world. Temperature increase 12.5%, and now recently 12.9%, only 0.4 degrees Celsius. And 0.33 degrees Celsius is the annual increase rate. And precipitation, we see less precipitation every year, but the flooding, the less amount, but we see more incidents related to flooding. The precipitation is decreasing, but the torrential rain is happening more. Heat wave is increasing along with this. So 0.4 degrees Celsius annual increase is causing all this. Since 2018, from 2018 to 2022, can we talk about extreme weather conditions that took place in Korea? So 2018 was really hot, but 2019 we had 7 typhoons. We usually see 2 to 3 typhoons a year, but 7 is a big number. My family is in Seoul, but I brought them to Seogwipo City. And then for the first time, I was really scared because we were about to face the biggest typhoon in Seogwipo City. But fortunately, and the 2 typhoons, they went extinct by themselves. But if we see this upward trend, is going to affect the human civilization. To maintain our daily life, the extreme weather conditions might disturb or might stop us from attending this kind of conference too. The longest rainy season in 2020 and the highest temperature last year. I have shortened what happened over the past 5 years, but we see extreme weather conditions every month. Like the lowest temperature, we have seen the longest days of lowest temperature. And every day we are seeing the record-breaking temperature records. The longest rainy season in 2020 can be observed in 2020. In the past, it was 6.9 times of the heavy rainfall, but we see 10.3 times. In 2019, 7 typhoons in the fall, and then we saw 3 typhoons this year. In 2018, the worst heat wave, 29.2 days. Tropical nights was the second highest in that same year. 2022 on August 8th, in 115 years, we saw the heaviest rainfall in Gangnam, the torrential rain. In 2019, April 4th to 5th, the slide is back on. Maybe my loud voice has malfunctioned the system. Climate crisis and rainforest are deeply related, and then we saw the worst forest fire. It's a small country, but the fire was huge and it created carbon dioxide, carbon emission. The extreme weather conditions have kept on increasing since 2018. And it is our own country is rapidly going through these changes. 100,000 years, the temperature, but in recent years, our time, it unprecedented weather conditions have been observed. The simulation by computer, the lower line shows the natural process. The sunlight is the only factor, but human activities and cause all these changes. So we can come to the conclusion that this is human-induced changes. What about in Hawaii? Mauna Loa Observatory. This is the graph from that observatory. Recent years, 2.4 ppm. It is a little lower than our figure, but it's still gradually increasing. The global trend and our Korean trend are shown on the picture. Global temperature change, 1.5 degrees increase in recent from 2028. These are all different scenarios. Taking human activities into consideration, maximum minimum temperatures will continuously increase. 2070 or 2100 years is the seems far-fetched, but East Asia and global, daily maximum temperature in Asia is bigger and shows is higher than the global trend. 5-day maximum precipitation in Asia is a lot higher than the global trend. Precipitation and temperature are catching up with the global trend even more. we have emitted a lot of carbon, 24, uh, 2,400 gigaton
현행력이라는 것은 이겁니다.
is the figure that we have emitted.
1쯤 됐다는 말은 요게 CO2 배출량이고 요게 기온입니다. CO2 배출량이 늘어나면
The horizontal line shows the carbon, the emission, and the vertical line shows the temperature rise.
지구가 1.1도,
1.1 degrees increase,
다 끌어모아보면 2,400 기가톤만큼 배출량을 막 올립니다. 1.1도만큼 올립니다.
and
그러니까 우리가 1.5도, 다음으로 1.5도
but
한번
if it is increased to 1.5 degrees,
우리가 배출할 양이 3,000톤밖에 안 돼요. 그럼 3,000톤
if we have to lower from 1.5 to 1.1, we come to the conclusion we can only emit 3,000.
그러니까 우리가 배출해야 될 양이 1.5도를 목표로 하느냐, 2도를 목표로 하느냐.
So the goal, depending on the goal, 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, or 2.5, the carbon emission is determined. And depending on the total amount, the temperature rise can be forecast. You do the math because we don't really have time. 2,400 ton. After industrial revolution, we have emitted a lot of carbon, like the increase of population and use of fossil fuels, including all the flights. It is accelerating this trend even further. Human-induced activities are all causing this. Anthropocene, and this is what Kruchen has mentioned. Rapid urbanization, and cities account for more than 70%. I live in the city, but because of the infrastructure, people gathered to the cities. Willy Beck, the sociologist from Germany, once said, yeah, surplus is the problem. Before, people experience hunger, but now the risk factor is the fear. That's why we live in the risk society. In the class society, drought, flood are some of the things that people went through, but these are caused by human activities nowadays. This shows the change of temperature for the past 5 million years. People build a lot of buildings and architectures, like extreme flood, extreme heat, extreme tornado, wildfire, extreme snow fall. And if this continues on a daily basis, it threatens human civilization. And it is a climate disaster. And precarious predicament is the phrase that I want to use for such a situation. And then the Earth is sinking. My name in Korean, Baekjo, means white swan. So that's why I use this photo, white swan. But what about the black swan? They don't know. They can recognize before risk, but it can come up with measures to respond to it. Greens. What about swing cran? Swing green swan. We know. We are fully aware of these problems. We don't respond to them. Is we can never go back. We can overcome the problems that have taken place. So I have come to this far, the conclusion. If you, we can, our behavior change can change all this. Thank you for your attention.
많으셨습니다. 마지막 발표는
Thank you.
아시아와 태평양
The last presentation will be given by
목표라는 주제로
on carbon neutrality and net zero targets
아시아
by
태평양 기후행동 지역 협력과께서 발표해 주시겠습니다.
regional coordinator of UNEP.
하려고 하니까요. 잠시만요.
We're going to connect with him on Zoom, so please wait just a moment.
Hi, good afternoon.
줌 화면 저희 화면 앞에
Should I begin?
예, 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Yes, you can begin.
Thank you very much, but let me upload my slide. Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muzaharul Alam. I work for United Nations Environment Program based in the regional office of UNEP in Bangkok. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the 12th Asia Climate Change Education Center International Workshop. As you have already heard, I'm going to talk about the carbon neutrality and net zero targets in Asia and the Pacific region. So let me just begin what I thought I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about the carbon neutrality and the net zero in terms of the terminologies and the differences between the carbon neutrality and the net zero. I will be also talking about the target and the readiness of the country, whether the countries who announce their commitment to become the carbon neutral or the net zero, how far they may be able to achieve it. Also, I will be talking about the adequacy of the commitments of all the countries. And then I will be ending my talk focusing on why Asia and the Pacific region is important. So let me begin by providing you what we mean by carbon neutral and the net zero. So the carbon neutrality means the amount of carbon dioxide being emitted is equal to the amount of carbon dioxide being removed or absorbed from the atmosphere. And if we just compare the carbon neutrality and the net zero carbon or the zero carbon, they mean same. Primarily, when we talk about the carbon neutrality, we are only considering the carbon dioxide. Now, when we talk about the net zero, it refers to a state in which the greenhouse gases going to the atmosphere are balanced by the removal over a period of time. And it means cutting the greenhouse gases emission to as close to zero with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere, for example, by ocean and the forest, which also widely known as the carbon sink. Now, the difference between these two is one is only talking about the carbon dioxide. Other one is talking about the whole the greenhouse gases emission, but also talking about a certain period of time. So we need to just remember these two when we are using the word carbon neutral and the net zero. Now let me move to what the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, define the global carbon neutrality. So it is basically bringing another dimension in the definition. This is the scale of the carbon neutrality at a global scale. So they describe the global carbon neutrality and the global net zero carbon dioxide emission as the net zero carbon dioxide emission are achieved when the anthropogenic CO2 emission are balanced globally by anthropogenic CO2 removal over a specific period of time. So here it is bringing another aspect of the net zero carbon at the global level, focusing on the anthropogenic CO2 emission part, but not the naturally that the small amount of greenhouse gases that also we are emitting through the natural process, but not the anthropogenic. So it is bringing another dimension in the definition. So this is what I thought would be good to present to you. Now, let me move to the status of the nationally determined contributions submitted by the countries from the Asia and the Pacific region. And I'm talking about the 49 countries of the Asia Pacific region. And this number is slightly higher than the number United Nations Environment Program that covers within the Asia Pacific region. So from UNEP side, we covers the 41 countries. But UNESCAP, another UN organization, they cover the 49 countries in the region. Now, if we look into the 49 countries, we are seeing the 37 countries have submitted their updated the NDCs as per the Paris Agreement. And of those 37, the 30 submitted their first updated NDCs, and 7 countries have submitted their the second updated NDCs. Now, what we have also noticed, the 12 countries, they have not actually submitted their updated NDCs. Now, if we look into in terms of the gases covered by those countries, is the countries who have submitted their updated NDCs, they actually comprises or accounted for 82% of the emission, where the 18% emission are coming from the countries who have not submitted their NDCs. Now, this diagram is slightly older. It is up to the 2019. And here we try to show within the countries within the region, what is basically their contribution in terms of the CO2 in terms of their commitment through their NDCs. So obviously we know that in our region, the China is the largest the emitter and followed by India and the Russian and then obviously the other countries. So this is what is the estimated share of the INDC and the NDC commitment of the region, particularly if we look into the specific countries. Now, when we looked into the 49 countries, as I mentioned, what we have also estimated based on the available data, is the total emission is 27.19 gigaton of CO2 equivalent in the 2020. Now, when we looked into the NDC, both the conditional and the unconditional, the commitments, what we have estimated, the maximum, the reduction is going to be about the 2 gigaton of the CO2 equivalent, meaning that the emission will be 25.2 gigaton of the CO2 equivalent in the 2030. I'd like to just make one critical point here. It shows that there will be the reduction in terms of the regional scale, which is about the 2 gigaton. But as I mentioned, these estimates includes both the conditional and the unconditional commitment. But if we look into the reality, we have never seen the full achievement of the implementation of the commitment, particularly if we look into the conditional part of the commitment. Maybe the unconditional commitment by the government, we may see some assurance and the certainty, but the conditional one, we are not quite sure how much the conditional is going to be achieved by the countries. That is the one part of the story. But important part of the story is if we look into the 1.5 degree, the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement, and then that requires the reduction of 75% of the greenhouse gases from the 2010 levels. But if we look into this, the emission, even the full achievement of the NDCs, it is going to be the 16% growth from the 2010 level. So we are not actually on track in terms of our reduction to keep the temperature increase within 1.5 degrees. So that's the critical message that I would like to share with you. Now, when we look into the carbon neutrality pledges by the different countries in the region, we also looked into what kind of the policy tools or the measures they are also started putting in place. So, and we looked into, one is that whether the countries has achieved their carbon neutrality in the region, which are the countries or the number of countries adopted the law, or the policies, or any declaration, or the countries who have not actually considered any of those instruments that I have just mentioned. So if we look into the achieved the carbon neutrality, the only country so far we know is Bhutan, because of the large amount of the forest that they have. And that is the primary reason behind the country is carbon neutral. If we look into the countries who had adopted the law in terms of the net zero or the net zero carbon, the carbon neutrality or the carbon neutrality, because these are the type of the wording that we have noticed in the NDC documents. So the 9 countries, they have not even considered anything. So there's a different way the countries are actually presenting their commitments as well as the type of the instrument they are actually putting in place. So the varieties are there, and it is very difficult to compare the differences when they use the similar terminology but meaning them differently. Sometimes they're using the word which is exchangeable, which is also another difficulties for us to do the comparison. Now, let me just give you a bit insight of the countries in the region. And then I'm just going to talk about the G20 member countries in our region. And then what they have actually committed in terms of reduction of the greenhouse gases, including the net zero. So let me start with India, what they have presented during the COP. And they have made the 5 elements in their announcement. One is reaching the non-fossil fuel energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by the 2030. They also announced the 50% of energy requirement will come from the renewable energy. They also mentioned the reduction of the total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons from now onwards till the 2030. And also they talks about the carbon intensity of its economy, and they have increased their target 45% from their NDC target. But also they presented the carbon neutrality or the net zero target by the 2070. And this is the country who actually gone even beyond the 2050. And most of the countries presented their carbon neutrality by 2050, some 2060. But also they have announced the type of the sectoral intervention that they are going to do. For example, the Indian Railway, one of the largest railway, has also set a target to become the net zero carbon by 2030 through 100% the electrification of railway. But if we look into what they have submitted in August this year in terms of the official NDC, they have not actually maintained what they have presented at COP by the Prime Minister. So they have only included two of the target, which is the 50% the reduction in terms of the intensity, and also the non-fossil fuel-based power sources. So these are the two areas they have kept, but they have not categorically mentioned the carbon neutrality or the net zero by the 2070. So we are seeing the countries also moving away from what they have presented at COP. So that is an important, when we are talking about the full achievement, is it actually going to happen? Now, if we look into Indonesia, they have not actually increased their total, the commitment, if we compare that from the INDC to the updated NDC. But what they have done, they have actually submitted the long-term, the greenhouse gas reduction strategy along with that updated NDC, which gave more confidence that yes, country, while they have not increased the reduction commitment, but seems that the country has a good plan to achieve what they have committed to. Now, one of the things I'd like to mention here is also the coal, as Indonesia is one of the country which seems will continue to increase their coal up to the 2027, and is planned to present about 46% of the electricity generation by 2030. But this is actually does not sync with what we would need to sync with the Paris Agreement. And this, the coal, maximum it can go up to the 10%. So this is another area that we also need to see and see how the countries are progressing. Now, let me talk about the China, which many of us, we know, is one of the commitment from their side is CO2 peaking before 2030 and achieving the carbon neutrality before 2060. And one of the things we also need to be mindful here, when the China made their announcement in the context of carbon neutrality, they have included other gases. So this is also one of the area in terms of making a very robust assessment in terms of the reduction. Also the non-fossil fuel, the primary energy consumption, which they have also presented that it will be 25% by 2030, but it is going to be 80% by 2060. In terms of the coal, they have also committed that they will limit the coal, particularly not only in the country, but also outside the country. And one of the examples we have seen, they have already announced that the coal-fired power plant they aiming to build in Bangladesh, they said they're not going to build it. So this is also one of the good examples how the countries from the region are also taking effort to reduce the coal-fired power generation in the region. So that is the China. Now, if we look into the country, the Japan, they have also increased their commitment in terms of the reduction of greenhouse gases, which is the 46% below 2013 by the 2030. And what they have also said, the continuous, they will be trying towards the 50% reduction. So this is in a very, very the good and the strong commitment from their side against the 26% of their earlier target. And that's the reason I'm saying that it is more than 20% of the increase from their earlier NDC. But they also have the good target in terms of the electricity mix, where they mention about 36 to 38% the renewable energy electricity that they are aiming. One of the things is the nuclear, which is unchanged. And then the gas is going to be 22%. And again, they will maintain the coal, but it is going to be less compared to their earlier commitment. Now, the South Korea, you have heard a lot about the South Korean, the cases. This is also one of the countries who has increased the commitment, but also the carbon neutrality, which is by 2050, but also in terms of the coal and the renewable energy, they have a very solid plan what they have presented. Now, why I mention, and it's going to be my very last 3 slides. So if we look into all the commitments globally, and what we have done, this assessment immediate after the Glasgow COP, and then many of you know that UNEP produces one of the flagship report called the emission gap report. So we have done an immediate assessment after the Glasgow when additional countries made their commitment or announce what they're going to do. So we have looked into what does that mean in terms of the temperature by end of the century. So if we look into the continuation of the current policies, there is no change. The temperature will go up to 2.8 degrees. If we look into the unconditional, it will reduce the temperature increase slightly lower, 2.7. If we look into the conditional, it's the 2.5 degree. And if we look into the unconditional NDCs and the net zeros, everything together is still 2.1 degrees. So it is not below 2 degrees. It is not close to the 1.5 degree of the Paris Agreement. Now, why Asia-Pacific region is important? Let me just mention a couple of points here. One is this region represents 60% of the world population, but also almost 500 million of the undernourished the people or the children. This region is also the fastest economically growing region, and with about 35% share of the global economy. If we look into the emission, it is increasing, and the major increase happened in the last 10 years, and our current share is about 53% of the global greenhouse gases. That's the one side of it, but we also have the other side of the climate change for this region, is the vulnerability of the countries in the region. So this region is also highly vulnerable. For example, if we just look into the temperature is going to be much more higher in some of the countries compared to the global average. For example, it may go 3 degrees in Asia, but for Mongolia, it is going to be even 6 degrees. If we look into the critical ecosystem, particularly for the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region, the temperature is going to be almost 0.3 to 0.7 degree higher if we compare that with the global, the average, and even keeping the temperature 1.5. If we look into the energy, which is the primary, the source of the greenhouse gases, which is about 73.2% in this region. And if we look into the sectors, this industry sector accounts for about 38%. The buildings account for 7.
산업 부분은 38% 정도를 차지할 것이고, 그리고 건축 부분은 17.5%, 그리고 도로 건설은 11.9%, 그리고 전기 부분도 많이 올라갈 것으로 예상됩니다. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you.
좋은 주제
Thank you so much for the presentation.
감사합니다. 주제 발표가 모두 끝났습니다.
This is the wrap up for presentations. We are going to take a short break,
토론을 진행하고
and then it will be
지금 3시 50분
after the break.
4시 5분에
We are going to have a panel discussion,
되겠습니다. 그리고
and we're going to resume at 6 p.m.
참고하시기 바랍니다.
So after this workshop, dinner will be served. So please take that into your consideration. how much we have to reduce. The carbon neutrality is the universal trend. Universal trend. How do we approach it? And these are some of the key points that the presenters are. So we have asked for panelists to come for the discussion.
Mr. Lam, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Would you please speak up? Your speaking is very low. Yeah. All right.
Okay. Do you hear me well?
Yeah. Okay. Fine. 근데 김양보 국장님은 Antonio, can you hear me?
Yes, very, very low.
안토니오도 들립니다. 서밋 박사님, 스크린에 안 나타나시는데 혹시 계신가요?
Okay, I got you. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Summit, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you. 다 들린다고 합니다. 예. 그래서 이 토론 방식에 대해서
Let me give you how we can proceed. Proceed our panel discussion. We have to finish by 5 Korean Standard Time. So 4 panelists will be given 6 minutes. During that time, please give us 3 aspects. First, questions for the presentations. Second, comments you want to make for the presentations. Different point of views. You can mention different point of views, different from the presenters. And third, the title is the carbon neutrality. So the presentations focus on carbon neutrality. Maybe some of the panelists might provide your insight on other approaches and new ideas can be pushed forward by panelists. These are the 3 points that panelists need to focus on. Please make sure the question, who the question is made for, because I want to make sure who has to answer your question. So I'll give you 6 minutes, and then after your questions, the presenters on the floor will answer the questions. And this is how we are going to proceed with the panel discussion. First of all, Yangbo Kim is the expert from Jeju government, seconded to UNESCO. Yangbok Kim, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Chung. Today, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this important seminar. To save time, I will get right into the point. Can you hear me? First of all, Dr. Kang, thank you for the presentation. I think you have made great progress, and I think you can bring out good results if you continue the research. In Chakma professor from Bangladesh, thank you for your presentation about the Delta plan, and I think it's a great example. So we will keep an eye on the Bangladesh case. And researcher Kim give us an insight, significant insight about climate change, and it touched me. Thank you for the presentation. The sentence that you said, we cannot see the future, I think it was kind of touching. And Mr. Alam, coordinator of UNEP, touched upon the importance of Asia Pacific region in terms of climate change, rather carbon neutrality, and I learned a lot from the presentation. As a person who is in this environment issue, I will take some issues into consideration. So I would like to give you is, rather than comments, I would like to add some specific details to the points of presentations. First of all, I would like to give you an example. Now I'm residing in Paris. I'd like to give you a story. In June 2016, the Louvre Museum and the Orsay Museum closed, and some of the part of the subway was also closed. It was because of the flooding of the Seine River. As you know, all these structures are close to this river, and which attract a lot of tourists. It is different from Korea. There's the Han River in Seoul, but the apartments and tall buildings are built a little away from the river, and all these buildings are built away from the river because the river has flooded periodically. But in case of Paris, it hasn't flooded for a long time. Based on this presumption that it's not going to be flooded, all the buildings and important structures are close to the river. And once it was flooded in 2010, in 1910, and since then it hasn't flooded. But recently, the river was flooded in 2016, 18, and 21. So this flooding occurred used to occurred once in 100 years, but it has occurred 3 times in just 5 years. So there's been a talk about relocating these structures. And recently, regarding the climate change crisis, As Mr. Alam mentioned, the Indonesian case, Jakarta, I saw it on the news. Because of the sea level rise, it might submerge, it might sink into the ocean. This city of more than 10 million people, I felt nervous about hearing this news. And as an alternative, they're talking about moving this, relocating this city or building a wall, seawall, worth $42 billion. So these kind of situations are happening around the globe. In terms of Jeju, I was born and raised in Jeju. And there's been this typical weather pattern, such as the wet season in April and the dry monsoon. But these kind of patterns have disappeared, and we began to worry about typhoons every summer. And as researcher Kim mentioned, there's been more talk about the largest typhoon or the strongest typhoon every year. So the question is not what we're going to do, but now I'm in administration to respond to typhoons. We need a lot of resources, monies and people, and a lot of resources. And after the typhoon, then we have to put in emergency fund to restore from the typhoon. But responding to climate changes or climate crisis, we have talked about superficially, but we haven't really thought deeply into how to resolve this issue. So that's what we've been doing recently. And even so, but cases like today, we are trying to hear a lot of insights from experts and specialists. So I would like to make comments in that regard. So for Dr. Kang, I think we need to reflect specific administrative measures and all the measures to respond to climate changes need to be level up to the highest level of government responses so that we can be prepared to respond to climate changes and adaptation in the future in reality. And second, to move forward to carbon neutral city, we need to focus on specific projects. We cannot deal with everything at the same time, so we need to, in terms of carbon sinks, Jeju has three titles, UNESCO titles. So we need to focus on carbon sinking mechanism to secure more carbon sinks as possible by planting new trees. So we need to deal with this more aggressively. And we are, as an island, we have surrounded by water. So there's been a news report about this carbon capture technology. So we need to work with the central government to move forward in terms of this to achieve actual practical results. And lastly, recently there's a torrential rain in Seoul, and some people living in the half basement apartments were sacrificed. So we don't know if this was caused by the natural disaster or human-induced problem, but we need to think about whether this was caused by climate change, which leads to climate justice. So to avoid this kind of situation occurring again, we need to have specific plans to compensate for such cases and solutions. And that's all for my comments. Thank you.
So we have taken some questions from you, and then we are going to answer the questions after we receive all the questions from the panelists. Second, Antonio, would you please take the floor?
Congratulations for.
Yes, sorry for interrupting you. Antonio, sorry for interrupting you. I'm introducing you to the audience. After that, please go ahead. All right. 안토니오는 포르투갈.
Antonio is biodiversity conservation for sustainable development, and he takes up the role as UNESCO chair.
Antonio, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Professor Jeong. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. First of all, congratulations to Jeju for organizing this excellent meeting and for providing us with such brilliant speakers. And thank you for everything that I learned already since early this morning. Here it's already 9 a.m., 9:23. So since 5, more or less, I am being washed by these brilliant presentations. I will be brief, and I will try to combine some comments and my questions to the intervenients. What we heard this morning is a clear picture of the world that we are living today. So we live in a very small world, interconnected, sectorially, but also geographically. So no matter where we live, we are all facing the same challenges and the same issues at global level. So it's like if we were in a small ship floating through this universe, but under the same threats, under the same challenges. So we live in a complex, interconnected and accelerated world with many conditions and many vectors to consider. And we saw that carbon neutrality is it's a common goal for any society. So by achieving or pursuing carbon neutrality, we believe that we can stop or at least reduce the main elements that are conducting to the climate variability and everything that is associated, including risks and hazards. So my question from this is, will it be enough for us, for any region, to achieve carbon neutrality, considering that in the meantime, the nature and biodiversity and ecosystems in particular, they don't adapt as easily as human activities. We can build a wall, we can build infrastructures to adapt, to accommodate to the new conditions. But when we think about natural systems, especially those that are endemic from one part, and the ecosystem services that are associated to these, they don't fit, they don't cope with the same calendar and with the same kind of interventions. So my question is, related to this is, are we paying attention enough to preserve and ensure the ecosystem services will be available even if reaching the carbon neutrality? So this is one question to all presenters. And also to all presenters, I would like to ask, because we saw that at regional and national level, there is a lot of ongoing efforts, compromises and engagement. We saw from Bangladesh to Korea at regional level, there is a huge effort, and even if the economies and the development levels are different, there is a common effort on this, and I take my hat to everybody that is leading this at national, local, regional level. And all of us, we are not many to face these challenges. But I would like to ask the presenters what they think about the role of science, I mean knowledge, and the scientific community on one hand, and in the other hand, the education, including environmental education, as drivers for ensuring participation from the citizens. Because we see at the political level, we are committed. On the operational level, we can set up and formulate programs and even financial and operational mechanisms, but we need people on board. We need each individual citizen engaged, aware, and conscious that he has a role as a consumer, as a producer, whatever, as a professor, as a citizen. So how do you think can we increase and improve participation through education and making the transfer of knowledge from research, scientific research and data, because there is a lot of data available, but the common citizen seems still far, although he sees on the news these big challenges. Most of them, from my own experience around the world, I see that many citizens, they understand the problem. They would like to do better, but most of the times they don't know, and they seem like impotent to do better. And I believe that we should improve education and make more citizen science available in order to improve this. I would like to have your comments on this. And again, thank you very much for this opportunity and for these brilliant presentations that we were presented by you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Antonio. Okay, I think your questions and the comment will be very valuable, in particularly your idea on the presentations that you think that is not related to a different way, and also your comment on the new idea on the some sectors which you think the presentations didn't cover. Thank you. Next, Dr. Summit.
Summit.
Okay.
Dr. Summit.
Yes, I'm on. Wait a minute, please. I need to introduce you to the audiences. After that, go ahead. 이분은 인도 분인데요. 사회학 전공자입니다. 사회학 박사신데 지금 현재 인도에 있는 이 전문 사회 복지 개발 협의회 회장을 맡고 있습니다. 오케이.
He's the president of Association of Professional Social Workers and Development Practitioners, India. Dr. Summit?
Are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
You can take the floor now. We can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much, and very good afternoon to everyone. And Mr. Jong and all the esteemed panelists, presenters. It was really wonderful presentations that have been made today, and I congratulate all of you. And we all understand that climate change is the next issue that we all are facing around the globe. And, you know, climate change says that now we all are part of the same storm, because earlier we were, sailing in the same boat. So any event anywhere in the world is going to impact rest of the world as well. So I think it is very crucial for all of us to, address the issues of the climate change. So I have questions, and this is for all the panelists. My first question is that how do you address the social implications of the climate change? For instance, it is expected.
이 기후 변화의 어떤 사회적인 그 영향을 어떻게 해결해야 됩니다. 그리고 또
Especially when we talk about women and children. So the adverse impacts of climate change also range from hunger, vulnerability towards diseases, loss of income, livelihood. So how do you address this issue of the climate change that is directly related to the livelihoods? My second question to the panelist is that is it so necessary to go for a net zero? I mean, we talk about achieving the net zero. So is it a sufficient tool to address the climate change? Is it vital for all the countries to achieve the net zero? And third thing that I would like to know, is basically about the role of the waste management, because it is one of the major contributor to the climate change. How the countries, how they are addressing the issue of the waste management, because the burden comes on the local administration around the world, and it is very, very crucial for all of us to understand the issues related to the solid waste management, hazardous waste management. So these are the three questions that I would like to ask from the presenters. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Based on your empirical and the academic knowledge, you have asked some questions related to issues, okay, about the carbon. Okay. 그러면 마지막 이제 토론자.
The last panelist is for the Policy Director, Korea Federation for Environmental Movements of Jeju, Jung-bo Kim. I'm Jung-bo Kim, Policy Director. Thank you so much for inviting me. Rather than comments or questions for the presenters, I would like to share what I felt. This is the point of view from a citizen. First of all, Basumitra from Bangladesh and Sumit from India. We have actually seen the worst flooding in Bangladesh and India. So I extend my sincere gratitude to you for attending, because it must be the difficult time, and your countries are going through difficult times. And these are some of the alarming events that we can all think about. And that's the sentiment that I want to share with you. So what I want to mention is actually on the book, so you can have a look at it later. And the government and along with the government and civil society, should take it really seriously. But there is a big difference from each point of view. The T-shirt I'm wearing, it says the climate change is really happening, and that's on my T-shirt. It is happening. We all feel differently, but it is happening. Climate disasters doesn't come to everybody in the same routine or same route. Jeju Island, people in the agricultural sector actually are affected the most seriously. The farmers, they feel it. They feel it. A climate disaster and crisis is really serious. But people in the city, they don't take a climate crisis seriously. We are experiencing the same thing, but people in the city don't care much about it. The only thing they care about is like the price of the agricultural products because it increases. Farmers and other people in the countryside feel it, have the worst impact. In the city, the vulnerable and people with disabilities and the elderly, the rich, the poor, the rich and people with the power, they don't get serious impact, but people don't say they have come to the point that there's no point of return. Climate crisis is being discriminated. It goes to the vulnerable, first of all. It affects the vulnerable. We have to take it as a crisis. The central government, local government, and the society, they take it differently. This issue is not fully reflected in the policy and strategy when the governments reflect this in their policy. So this is difficult to resolve the issues, even if we come up with like good policies and strategies, because of the discrimination, because it doesn't affect everybody in the same way. The core point we have to think about is business as usual. The greenhouse gas emission, to reduce it, and by reducing it, can we really make our future more bright? The big conglomerates, and they have to develop. The citizens, the life and their security are being threatened. The conversion of this strategy and policy system, we haven't made much progress. So to come to the conclusion, we have to fully understand the current situation. The vulnerable, the poor are the ones who got serious worst impact, and the government should consider this people first. I wonder if the government looks at it as a disaster, and the worst impact will eventually go to the people, the citizens. Thank you so much.
분들 중에
Anybody in the audience do have questions or comments? Maybe we can hear from two people in the audience. Then we can four presenters have taken some questions, and you can answer the questions, forward it to you, and then make other comments in 2 minutes. 백조 Kim, go ahead first. Yeah, I am 백조 Kim, Senior Research Scientist, Antonio. Summit, thank you so much for the questions. Climate crisis, climate disaster. They are complicated issues, current issues and the future issues. Apply to developed countries, developing countries, and the issues for the rich and the poor. It applies to everybody, every country. It affects everybody, so it's complicated. We don't have one answer to solve this issue. To be more affluent, developing countries, they have to develop cars and other items or things we use for our convenience. Can we stop our next generation from using those? The lifestyle we maintain, we have to give up some portion of it and then deal with the problems now. We cannot achieve anything in the future if we do not solve the issues, start solving the issues now. We shouldn't blame nature, because we should blame people. The blame is on people. We are the main contributor to the climate disaster. So if we are not fully aware of the situations, we have to start carrying out all the necessary activities to reduce. And what is the role of science? The science has to show how accurate these figures are, how to explain or to elicit the common sentiment from the public. So this is very complicated. So not the central government alone cannot solve this. So everybody should be involved in this process.
안토니오 회장님과 이제 서밋
Antonio and Summit, what you said, and I think Dr. Kim answered very well. Climate change is not simple, so I asked you the question at the start of the presentation, is it possible? So this is one thing creates a lot of conflict. So climate change, even if we talk about just people, it creates a lot of conflicts. And the present and the future, we have this structural problem that would cause a lot of conflicts. So what you asked about women and children. In terms of this, as you said, I think we need to start with the communication window and lead to governance. Through this communication, we discuss how we go forward and collect all those ideas and answers to go forward. As you said, it's not about problem whether we can do it or not. We have to do it anyway. So we do what we can do, and what something that we cannot do, we can ask for help. We can get help from others. So that's my answer to that question. And about Mr. Kim Yang-bo, you said we need specific action plans. So in strategy, we didn't talk about specific strategies and methods, but basically industries, waste, and transport. And we do have roadmaps for these sectors, and we already established a system to go forward. But implementing this roadmap, as I mentioned, in implementing these projects, if we don't have consensus from people and if we don't have participation from the people, it will be difficult to move forward. So, and secondly, about reflecting Jeju specific characteristics, I mentioned that in the middle of my presentation, we are reducing carbon emission related issues, and we do continue this management, but without creating consensus, it is difficult. For this one issue, if no one would like no one would like anyone would intervene your control your assets. So we need to gather different methods. And about devices, we have other methods for carbon sinks. In terms of sea or marine, as in CCU, it's not the same. We have these natural environments, natural resources. So the sea environment, marine environment is similar to the land environment. So maintaining the marine ecosystem and using it as a carbon sink, that's our strategy, I would say. And lastly, whether this issue is caused by people or nature, I think it's a human-induced problem. So as I mentioned in my presentation, even if we achieve carbon neutrality, but the trend of the going up temperature will continue for the time being. So reducing this temperature rise, we need to build a system considering this fact. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two remaining presenters.
This is the final session of roundtable discussion. I think you have got some questions from the panelists, and also 2 minutes will be given to you for your comment on the questions you have got from the panelists, or something more if you have to say. Okay? Yeah. Then Mr. Alam first. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor, once again, and I'd like to thank all the commenters. I think the 2 speakers has already mentioned a couple of the points already, so I'm not going to repeat those. But I think what Dr. Sumit asked about whether the carbon neutrality is necessary or not, and also the issue of the science has been also raised. So I'm just putting that what the science is telling us in terms of keeping the temperature within 1.5 degree by end of the century compared to the pre-industrial level. If that is the target, then as per the IPCC, the scientific body on the climate change, what they are telling us, based on the science, that we need to reduce the 45% of the greenhouse gases compared to the 2010 level. And if we want to maintain that, we need to become the carbon neutral within the period of the 2050 to 2070. So that is, if we would like to keep that goal, then obviously we need to aim for the carbon neutrality. So that is my response in terms of whether we need that carbon neutrality or not. Maybe just one more point that I would like to respond, particularly Antonio's point in terms of the education. In my view, it is very, very important that we work with the universities and we create the cadre for the future who will become the policymaker in the 20 years or the 25 years time. And then we need to build that the cadre, the climate cadre, through partnership with the university. And then working with the university in the different discipline. It is not only the discipline of environment, but the economies, the energy, all the interdisciplinary the department in the universities we need to work. So it is not only the climate science, it is not only the energy science. We need to work with all the department in the university, and we need to build the stronger partnerships. Thank you. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. Yeah, Professor Kumar, your turn.
Thank you, for asking me some questions. I would like to focus on the comment on flooding in Bangladesh. Bangladesh government has taken some steps to reduce flooding, and for instance, planting numerous trees in near beach areas and riverside areas across the country. If we could protect ourselves, as my observation, nature will protect our globe and humankind. I would like to say that we could use the indigenous way of lifestyle or way of values, which could make us more protected from the natural hazards. And I think it is very sustainable, and it will make more safe. So that in Bangladesh case, to protect nature, and Bangladesh has been trying to restore forest, as I said in my presentation, and hill forest, rivers, and to tackling flooding. So I think it's enough, and other questions are already have answered from other panelists. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. 이 4시간 동안
For the past 4 years, thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for the knowledge sharing. We have learned a lot from these great presentations. The comments forwarded by panelists and along with presentations, it has been a fruitful discussion and presentation. Let's come up with the conclusion based on this. Jeju's cases and UNEP, Mr. Alarm has pointed some cases in Asia, and Baek Kim and has shared the theory on climate neutrality. Let me sum it up. First, carbon emission status. Second, why do we have to reduce the emission? The necessity. So some of the necessity is for people, and some have argued and it is needed for the nature. And the for coexistence, based on this, carbon neutrality it should be attained based on these two aspects. How do we approach it? And different regions have different approaches. From measures from Bangladesh and Jeju and some of the countries in Asia, and one of them was about forestation. It is based on nature. Advanced technology and carbon capture, carbon storage. Some of the contents were from behavior change of people to maintain our convenient life. We have created this issue. So societal system needs to be changed. So it can all be implied into these 3 pointers. But all these do not solve the issue. Regulations will be imposed to businesses, conglomerates, and people? Or do we have to provide incentives to encourage them to change their current system towards carbon neutrality? We have to take these two aspects into consideration. It is affecting different groups of people differently. How do we solve this issue? It should be reflected in the strategy. Along with the government's strategies, and businesses and citizens should abide by the regulations to effectively achieve this. And then we have to come to the societal agreement. This is the conclusion that we have all made together. And Jin Young Kang is conducting survey. Please remember these pointers as carrying out the survey and research. I want to raise some pointers in the academic field. Scientists are divided into two. Climate crisis. Some of the scientists claim this is real, and others this is not real. And there are also two groups in explaining the reason and cause. And UN points out natural and human-induced factors. The total emission, when you think about it, carbon emission is the biggest. Out of six emissions, carbon emission is 60, or some argue that 80%. And so scientists argue differently. UN claims it is being affected by carbon dioxide, carbon. So we directly link climate crisis with carbon. Thank you so much for attending. Can I make another pointer? 진영 Kang.
I'd like to refer to Dr. Kang. I'm suggesting you to raise an issue regarding climate change. I think this is an important time regarding free international city. It's been 20 years, and I think there are parts that we are regrettable. So in the future, I think we need to do something to make this, we don't regret about this Free International City project. So I think we need to create a consensus. So I think it's a good idea for Jeju Province and Jeju Institute work together. In reality, the special law is the main obstacle, which includes Free International Creation Act and the master plan about carbon neutrality, which is under the special law. To move this carbon neutrality law above the special law is a national level issue. So what you said, I agree with you. But we have limitations in reality, that's for sure. So in terms of the issue that you mentioned, I think I will try to make suggestions to move all the administrative agents in Jeju. This will conclude this workshop. This will conclude this workshop. Thank you for joining us for this long time. And if you leave this room, we have prepared little souvenir, and the dinner is ready at the hotel, Nanta Hotel.